So when we left off, we found out after dealing with an elephant murder, or murdering elephant, we found out that Sherlock's mom's neighbor was in love with her, and so that we're still unraveling the mystery of their romance. Well, of her death, and you know a little bit more about this romance now. All right. So we can pin our fragmented memory. Oop. Oh, okay, I was wondering why that. Weird. Okay.
You know, I envy you, Sherry. You can talk to other people and they won't ignore you.
And I envy you. You can ignore any person you're bored with. You don't miss out on much. Most men are dull, unlike yourself.
Well, I'm flattered.
Oh, and John Watson is a figment of his imagination here. All right, so
I think our family portrait used to hang here.
all right, so all of these are like mentally locked. We have to unlock his memory to figure shit out.
I heard footsteps upstairs a second ago. Wait, do we have an attic here?
All right, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Oh, here we go. Oh no, this is the bedroom. Been in the bedroom before.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
All right, but we still can't open it. Someone's hand hide a key in a pocket and a closing door with a woman's silhouette behind it. The door was somewhere on the first floor, and I believe there's a near. Okay, so. Oh. I had
a surprise for my mother. I was holding an ancient Greek vase, or rather, quite a... You had a shovel with you, John. I remember now. We dug up the vase from Greek ruins here on Cordona, and were eager to show my mother right away. For some reason, the door was closed. We knocked.
But nobody answered. We thought that she was busy.
So we left the vase and ran downstairs. I decided to gather some archaeological tools in order to take a closer look at the vase.
But then we heard something, didn't we?
Yes. It came from upstairs.
Oh, It
The vase was
sharded.
broken, shards scattered all over the floor.
Who
And
broke
your mother
it?
was standing at the door.
Indeed, John. I doubt it was her. Let me concentrate.
Angry male person.
Otto Richter was standing there, furious at us. Dr. Richter told us never to disturb my mother when the door is closed. He said she had broken the vase.
But we didn't believe him. I bet he smashed it. Her things are still here.
Presumably Mycroft never felt the need to sort through it all.
Or couldn't bring himself to.
No. He would have put it behind him and moved on. My brother is not one for sentimentality.
Alright. Let's do the little pulse thing. Alright, lots to interact with. Oh, his dad's obituary. Oh, he's an archaeologist, authenticator, historian. Heart attack at 41. Okay.
It's a strange feeling to read about my father's death in the newspaper. I can't recall.
Disease progresses rapidly and perhaps even affects her vision. I don't think that's tuberculosis, though.
Anything except the deep feeling of loss.
You were too young. It happened before we even met. It's so sad. I'm sorry.
This room always reeked with an acrid medicinal stench. And here is the reason. Looks like it was damaged by a blunt object.
Blunt? They have weed back then? This is by John, it's probably...
Seems this was the most frequently used medication.
It'd be a dialogue section, so we'll go to that last.
1 dram dissolved in a glass of water, administered daily. Not to exceed 1 dose in 24 hours, not to be given to children.
From Violet's side, so from his mom to his dad. If he died in 1865, oh, she's not remembering that he died. It's really sad.
This picture was drawn by my mother. I recognize her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December, 1868. This seems a bit odd. I can recognize my mother's style, but it's far too sloppy. Dated 12th of February, 1869. It's difficult to tell what this is meant to represent. There's no date at all. Straps on the bed. Just doesn't look right.
I mean, some people are into that. Let's not kink shame.
Oh, I would love to take a bath right now.
Not this one. Surface corrosion suggests it was prone to extreme temperature fluctuations. For medical purposes, I suppose.
Look what I found. The White King is under attack. Sherry, can you save him and checkmate the opponent in one move?
Um. How do I? Oh. Save the king by retreating. Defend the king with the bishop.
Oh, nice move. You saved the king and checkmated the black king with the rook.
Hey, alright. Assuming I have to open this up now.
There appear to be residues of the bottle's contents at the bottom. No labels. I doubt it ever had one.
Do you think the doctor could have used these tools here?
Ugh.
I hope not.
I don't even know what those kind of tools are for. Sleep problems, periods of anxiety, and slight confusion of memories. Anxiety attacks. Catatonia, apathy. Ooh, alright. That's not consumption.
Oh, it brings back some memories.
Alright, let's... Facebook. Almost empty bottle. Can we do chemical analysis on it? So 3 and then -4. There. Oh no, that's regular 4, not -4. I'm not good at math. You guys know this. Delete. Oh, trying to find the negatives though, that's the problem. Oop. Am I doing it on the wrong chemical? No. I can't do chemical analysis on that. All right. And then I guess one of these is plus or minus. Oh, it makes it negative. Okay. And then is there... I'm confuzzled, chat.
This room always reeked with an acrid medicinal stench. And here is the reason.
Gotta be missing something here.
My mother loved flowers. They made her smile. I remember we would bring a new bouquet every week to make her a bit happier.
That's why we collected all the violet flowers we could find on the island.
Bars covering the windows from the inside.
An almost empty bottle. Alright, yes, reset everything. Is that McGee? You and Loki are having a fine Friday. I do... Well, it's definitely a day that occurred. I'll take your word for it. I was asleep for most of it. Alright, I'm cheating and I'm looking at the guide on power picks, but it's showing that there's chemical operations that aren't there. So I'm gonna have to figure this out on my own. Alright, I guess it simplified the puzzle from what they were doing. Alright. Hallucinogen mushrooms, alright. – Morning mania.
Mother was troubled that morning. Something we did upset her. Dr. Richter tried to calm her down. The broken plate shards were all over the floor. Mycroft had to change his suit as the one he was wearing was completely stained.
Oh, here we go.
We had to put the tray with Mother's morning tea down, but why? It's starting to ring a bell. I think it happened in the morning.
All right. Mind Palace time. She throwing stuff at him?
I don't believe you! Liars! Get away from me! It's not true! It's not real!
What?
Oh. Everything will be okay, Sherry. I promise.
It was the morning of the 9th of April, the day my mother died.
Started off badly. She was hysterical. She threw food and shouted at the doctor, calling him a lawyer. Brought her morning tea, but when the shout started, I became scared. The one thing I could think to do was hide near the bed and wait for everything to pass. Thankfully, John was there to protect me and calm me down. Okay, so John is basically
My mother,
his Moon Knight.
she was not just ill, but mad. God have mercy.
I'm sorry. That explains why you locked the memory away.
There must be more, John. That was the morning of her death. I need to know what happened. John!
Every time you... I just don't... Please, Sherry, leave it be.
Just breathe, John. You know that I cannot leave the last stone unturned. We are so close.
I know. But can we at least leave it for another day?
I mean,
It cannot wait. Let us find another door and finally learn the truth.
That's pointless, Sherry. To date, you have had no control over the return of these memories. It is all triggered by your work elsewhere on Cordona. You must accept that this will have to wait. Are you all right?
I'm all right.
In the end, little has changed. My mother was still unwell, just not with tuberculosis. What I do not yet understand is why Mycroft lied about it. There are precious few pieces of this puzzle remaining, John. Let us dawdle here no longer.
Indeed. Wait. Did you hear that?
Yes. Metallic soles. What is this sailor doing here?
Sailors have metal shoes? Seems like it would be dangerous. They fell in the water, it'd weigh them down.
Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? I was looking for you.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
You can call me your new game. The rules are simple. I have something for you, but you alone must work out what that is.
And that something is my prize, I suppose?
You're a fast learner, sir.
Alright, what's this pink shit on your head? Alright. Artist disguised as a sailor because his hands show that he hasn't worked hard.
I cannot believe that Mr. Vogel has somehow successfully called my attention to his gallery. You're here with an invitation to visit it, obviously.
My word, you are fast, Mr. Holmes. Could you explain how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, you got pink
Of
jizz on
course.
your head.
Explanations are my favorite part of any conversation. Hands without any sign of regular physical activity, in contradiction to one who would most usually wear such a uniform. The paint in your hair is pink. I don't know of any military service that paints their ships pink, unless they have launched a new fashionable fleet. A sailor with the soul of an artist? I would suggest
What a
rather
phony.
a gallery employee disguised as a sailor to mislead me. How many artists on the island know where I live and of my passion for deduction? Werner Vogel is clearly at the top of the list. And you've been attempting to conceal something square-shaped within your pocket. An invitation, I suppose. An invitation to Mr. Vogel's gallery.
That was remarkable, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Vogel was right about your genius. I think he may have even underestimated you. This is your invitation. Please tell Mr. Vogel that the seed has been planted. He asked me to tell you to do so, if you win this little game. Farewell.
I'd like to invite you to experience my art exhibition. I need your genius. Oh, alright, well. Flattery gets you everywhere except into my pants, so. This is the... After this case is the point of no return for the main story. So, I'll save after it and then do all the, that's when I would go to the side missions. Alright, so... That gone?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
Correct. With whom do I have the pleasure?
Emilio Estevez. Happy to make your acquaintance. I am here on behalf of...
Oh, I
my
thought he was going to say he was
brother.
Emilio
He's on
Estevez.
his way to Cordona. In the meantime, he requests your assistance with a sensitive matter. My orders are to provide you with the details.
I'm busy right now, my
I'm afraid
guy.
I don't have time for this now.
I hope that you will reconsider. If you do, I'll be here.
Alright. Um... In Bazaar and Hermes. It's a good thing it's not Herpes Avenue. Probably where the prostitutes are. Old city, okay. Bazaar. Oh, and Hermes, alright. But, are you still working on Mass Effect 2, McGee? Alright, let's go ahead and make a zesty save. Got back to it last night. How far into it are you? Alright. On with Soundfall and Ninja Turtles? Nice. Have you done any of the targets on TA? They have their monthly targets. Collector's ship, maybe. Oh, man. Oh, sorry, my dude. Oh, I didn't bother with that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I downloaded Race with Ryan because there's one for getting 10 achievements in a racing game. I figured that would be the easiest way to do it. The crossroads of Bazaar and Hermes. Is that not where I am here? I'm not going to stream Race with Ryan. I already feel bad playing it because that kid's being used by his parents for money. Oh, is... Tick tock.
Mr. Holmes, you came. Oh, how kind. Though now, of course, I realize it is because of my game, not the works on display.
It needn't be one or the other.
Smart
Your man's
parents.
disguise was easily debunked, Mr. Vogel, but I shall admit that you planted in me the seed of curiosity.
Ah, terrific. I had no doubt you'd put the pieces together. Let us call it an opening gambit before the real game begins.
So, this little game of yours, what's it about?
An enigma to solve. A locked area in the basement with no windows found brutally vandalized. I have no clue how it was possible.
I'm assuming it was a piece of art.
And this locked area downstairs, what exactly was it?
The under gallery. It's always shut, and I'm the only one with the key.
Ah, so this is your private collection, not part of the gallery.
Oh, no. It's an exclusive exhibition of eccentric pieces. Only a select cadre of artists, investors, and collectors are admitted. Not everyone deserves to have their eyes opened.
What about this intrusion? What happened?
Last night, I was about to leave the gallery when I heard a noise downstairs. I went to the basement, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was admittedly a rudimentary inspection. It is not uncommon to get rats down there, so seeing nothing of note, I left and locked up the building. When I returned this morning, alas, I discovered that part of the exhibition had been torched, and there was no sign of the intruder. The mystery being, of course, that all the doors to the gallery were locked exactly as I left them.
And the door to the basement is the only entrance?
Correct. Tell me you're not intrigued.
Oh, it's like the Red-Headed
Well,
League.
this matter is certainly within my wheelhouse.
Somebody tunneled
This
in.
intrusion troubles me. Please take a look around if you're willing. The under gallery is through the door at the end.
I will see what I see.
So in the story of the Red-Headed League, it's these guys are tunneling into a bank vault from underneath. All right, not there.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry? Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
The fuck?
A simplistic attempt at provocation.
Oh, is it like it's a real shark? They just hung it up? That smell fucking terrible. This is the red room from 50 Shades of Grey or whatever. 50 Shades of Cum.
A true artist never shows an unfinished piece.
Oop. 29 inches. But
The left step's length is shorter than the right. It indicates that the walker was lame.
it's 2022, dude. You can't say that. You get canceled like Lizzo.
Old and hasn't been used for a long time.
Price for a game set with an English character, they're using freedom units measurement. Lightly moved.
A handprint of the thing from another world. But it looks fresh, and its coal origin ruins the effect of the extra mundane.
Sherry, how about some company in that dreary chamber of yours?
Leave my loneliness unbroken, John. Sodden and mould-ridden. One presumes deliberately.
Alright, so that's the crime scene. Let's check out this shit first.
The parasites of creativity. Or just a reflection of the artist's recreational interests. Saturn devouring his sun. Oh, grim composition.
Unflinching in its ferocity, yet somehow beautiful.
Alright.
Ugh, sheer vandalism. Only an ignorant person could do such a thing.
Yeah, that's ignorant. Oh. Did it say Marlboro or Alpal?
A Malpal butt.
Oh.
Coal fingerprints. I think we're looking for a man with a coal moustache.
We came in through the coal chute. Do they... Oh. Chain is fragile. Paintings. Am I missing one of the white circles here? What is the piece I'm missing?
closed with a metal bolt.
Oh.
Footprints. Size 9.5.
Oh. All right. Time to reconstruct. The unsub. And that's Vogel. Oh, so he hid in there with this. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I know it was Vogel burning his own shit, unless he really wants Sherlock to figure out his stuff.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the hatch bolt. He accidentally pushed a shovel to the floor. Vogel heard the noise. At the sound of his approaching footsteps, the intruder hid inside the coffin. When Vogel entered the basement, he failed to notice anything strange and left without properly checking. The intruder waited until Vogel had left the caravanserai before burning the paintings in Wilde's room, but the vandalism was a cover for the theft.
Alright, so if in that and then go talk to Werner Vogel.
The pieces are not what I expected.
What do you think my collection is about?
I'm gonna guess decay or death.
It's a reflection on mortality. Nothing lasts forever, no beauty sustains itself, and everything succumbs to darkness. Am I right?
I don't know.
Well, that's absurd. Of course you know. It's your gallery.
There is no one answer, no singular truth, but many filtered through the subjective mind. That forgetting, embellishing, lying machine. Besides, what's wrong with a lie if it makes life more interesting?
What's wrong with a lie? It corrupts the ability of others to behave freely and rationally.
Men never act freely and rationally anyway. It matters not what is or isn't in the end. The only important thing is how you feel. And I simply want to feel and consume as much as I can. Don't you?
All right,
Feelings
weirdo.
are simply one's animal ancestry trying to wrest back control of the brain. I try to avoid the distraction.
You try not to feel, even in a place like this? None of it moves you?
To be frank, I struggle to maintain even a whit of interest in art.
But Mr. Holmes, it is joy incarnate, mankind's greatest achievement.
Mankind's highest achievement above all others is objective and rational thought.
I see then why you dislike art, for it means whatever you want it to.
Or perhaps, Mr. Vogel, I was lying.
Aha.
Mr. Vogel, my investigation has revealed that the intrusion was not merely vandalism but theft. The limping visitor left your place with a canvas.
That's very impressive.
This thief was familiar with the gallery and he was sporting a limp. Do any of your clients or artists come to mind?
My, your attention to detail is remarkable, Mr. Holmes. I should introduce you to Bosch's works. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot suggest a culprit.
The fire was a clever attempt to hide a stolen painting, even if it didn't fool me. I found the remnants of an empty frame in the pile of ashes. The canvas had been removed. Do you know which paintings in the Wild Room may have interested a thief? Were any particularly expensive?
Those pieces belong to a well-known artist named Boniface Mercurio. They're controversial, but not of a notably high value.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the latch and dislodged the shovel while doing so. That's the noise you heard yesterday. When you went downstairs to investigate, he hid in the coffin.
It seems I should have checked the space more thoroughly.
There's something more, is there not? I can see it in your eyes.
Indeed. There is another intriguing angle. I recently received an anonymous offer for one of Mercurio's works. The sum was more than fair, and indeed could have saved Mercurio from his artistic poverty. But he declined it.
Was it a performative whim? Some artists lionize pain and hardship as if their work would be worse after a meal and a hot bath.
I cannot tell. But not only did he refuse the deal, he insisted on displaying the painting in the public space. I was hoping to change his mind, but artists are a special breed of stubborn.
So where can I find Boniface Mercurio?
I know he lives somewhere in Old City, but couldn't be more specific. He's a prominent figure, so finding him shouldn't be a problem.
What was depicted in the piece?
A bound woman, wrapped in robes, being penetrated by a red devil that stared at us, the viewer. The beast had numerous tails growing from his back, and a large crowd gathered around the pair, silently watching the orgiastic scene.
Okay, well, given the nature of the other works on display, it's hard to see why that one stood out. What could possibly be its value?
The evaluation of art is very subjective, Mr. Holmes. After all, art is everything. A poem, a bruise, the beads of sweat on your beloved skin. Even a masterfully solved crime.
I'm not sure I see the connection.
Regardless, the painting was one of a series called The Sabbath Night in Cordona. The works depict sex, violence, and other controversial acts that life, for better or worse, contains.
Ah, I see.
I'm not sure that you do, but that can wait for another time.
Well, I believe I have enough to begin. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Your gallery certainly has unexpected depths.
I'm delighted to have been able to please a friend. In return, I expect you to come back with good news, or at least with a good story.
All right. Oop. I guess in that, and then famous, so we would go and look in archives. Not the police archives, I'm assuming, because he's not a criminal that we know of. Newspaper, maybe? Alright, and we can't fast travel anyway, and so we're outside. Alright, map.
He's even putting up posters for it.
We're doing a chronicle that building? Okay. Back when print journalism was a thing.
Stop the presses. Who is Cordona's handsome stranger? Or nosebagger spurns local life? Wait, no. Foppish foreigner hides dark past. Oh, you've made quite the impression already, Mr. Holmes. You care to tell your side of the story?
I'm quite certain I have no idea as to what you refer, and I am further certain I have no interest in indulging your gossip.
Gossip? The truth will come out, but will only be heard if told well. Scandal, daring-do, romance. These are the tools of every good journalist. Nothing travels faster or lasts longer than a great story. Young man, your tale will be told with or without you. My readers demand it.
You already knew my name and seem aware of my doings here in Cordona. I presume this newspaper is your little endeavor?
Yasmin Sertel, editor-in-chief of the Cordona Chronicle. Advocate of the free press, voice of the people, scourge of the silk stocking.
Charmed, I'm sure. As an advocate of the free press, I trust you'll permit me to consult your archives. There are gaps in my knowledge of Cordona.
Oh, so my work does have merit. Well, I think we can strike a bargain. I shall provide you access, and you let me keep writing about your exploits.
So be it.
Brooding bachelor builds bridges. Now that's character development.
I guess I owe you my gratitude.
What can I say? I've always enjoyed working with the Holmes. They whisper such interesting things.
She, no Mycroft, or? Alright. So Boniface Mercurio person. He's well known. Lives in Old City. Current year. No. Front page. Dance the okay, it was Decadence. I should have chosen. Say the Hermes Avenue between Scarlet Street and Olive Street in Old City. Okay.
Mr. Holmes, I have something for you. Mr. Holmes, I see what you're up to. Mysterious stranger pursues betrothed woman. But please, let us keep things professional.
He thinks we're trying to fuck her.
I have in my possession an envelope containing details of a special assignment for you. Tell me, are you interested?
Sure.
I believe I am, but to be very clear, Miss Sertle, my interest extends to the message and not the messenger.
So he claims he's not a gal sneaker, seducing women everywhere he goes. Perhaps the truth is even more scandalous?
Please spare me the speculation and return to the matter at hand.
A gang of smugglers, the Eels, have Cordona in their clammy grip. The British Empire can abide it no longer. Mycroft insists they be disbanded. But this organization only falls with the capture of their odious leader, Friedrich Panzer. And note well, I did say capture, not kill. Inside your envelope is a map marked with the Eels' warehouses. But alas, we do not know in which Friedrich Panzer resides.
So even Mycroft has his limits.
Indeed. You must be sure to identify the correct warehouse before entering, because once one is compromised, the other's occupants will scatter. Here are all the files, and feel free to use the archive too. Again, do not enter the wrong location, nor see any harm done to Friedrich Panzer.
Miss Sertle, if you're quite done with the redundant instructions, I shall get to work.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
that's perfect. tortured hero lashes out after rejected romance. Tomorrow's edition will be a sensation.
Alright, well, obviously we'll worry about that later. Okay, so I'm gonna pin that. Scarlet Street and Olive Street in Old City along Hermes Avenue. Hermes Avenue. Okay, so it's got to be here-ish. And then you have to fast travel there.
Excuse me, young man. Where do you think you're going?
Greetings, ma'am. I'm looking for the...
I don't care who you're looking for. You shall not pass. No visitors allowed.
I wish to buy a painting
Rude.
from Mr. Boniface Mercurio. Is he at home?
Dearie, tell me, because old age has made me blind. Did someone write Information Bureau on my forehead? Because I'm not here to answer your questions. Entry is for residents only. If you aren't a resident, please leave, or I shall report you to the police.
Rude. We gotta. We have to like dress up like him. All right. We probably are gonna need to buy clothes. Clothing trader. Okay. Up in the middle of the street, kid.
Nice
Don't miss
affordable
out on the
clothes.
best carpets
Step
on
right
the
up.
island.
Let's pick something that suits you.
Something like open. Oh, Bohemian, perfect. Rent. Messy hair, don't care. At least he's ready for wear this or stay at home. Oh my god. Well played, Frogwares. I guess. I not rent those? I have to buy them? Then I need to look. Can. More expensive than normal dirt. All right.
Be careful with what you've taken.
So I'm in brown face. Okay, that's totally inappropriate.
Boniface, sweetie. Is that you? Ah, old age does terrible things to one's sight. I didn't recognize you at first.
How are you, Mum? I'm ashamed to admit that I've lost my key. Do you have a spare?
For heaven's sake! How many times will you lose that key of yours? Of course I have a spare. You artists all live in your own little world.
Please, accept my thanks.
I would rather accept your rent. You promised to pay me several weeks ago, and I'm still waiting.
I will pay you, I promise, very soon.
You'd better do, my dear. Or else I'll just change the lock. And I won't fall for those cow eyes.
Ow. You mean puppy dog eyes? Well, that makes this a murder investigation.
The blood has dried.
Okay.
I've heard of this style of painting. It is called expressionism.
Red skin, tails on the back, reminds me of Werder's description of the stolen painting.
Inky.
The chest has been searched. Aunt May whiskey, brandy bucks. Quite a collection he had here.
Knife is missing.
I wonder where he got that fancy camera.
Yeah, if you can't pay rent, you shouldn't be buying a fancy camera unless posted his Amazon wish list on Twitter or something.
Despite the overall tendency towards mess, you cannot sit with the drawer pulled out like this. Someone left it after searching. It appears the wine was truly awful.
Alright, look at the body.
Judging by post-mortem rigidity, the body lay here for 1 or 2 days.
Oh, where's the... I got the little yellow and the...
The wound is precise. It was inflicted by a razor or a knife. Soaked in blood. It seems as if the puddle of blood was here before the rags.
One's kind of clean it up. Oh, knife?
A normal kitchen knife. Could be the murder weapon.
Or, he when sliding in the sewers. Having your stove next to your toilet seems a little reckless.
The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material.
Oh, so he was at an Eyes Wide Shut party.
Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon? The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material.
All right. Okay, so that most likely. Why would he cut his own throat? Alright, that seems more likely.
Mercurio was developing photographs when the intruder snuck in. Mercurio heard him coming. While the thief was searching the chest, the painter ran towards him with a bottle in his hand. He smashed it across the thief's head. The intruder had no choice but to defend himself, and the weapon of opportunity happened to be a kitchen knife. Mercurio stepped aside to grab the painting, but the wine-blinded thief attacked Mercurio's throat. When the thief came to his senses, he saw Mercurio bleeding on the floor. He grabbed the rags and tried to bandage him, but it was too late. Why did Mercurio attempt to snatch the painting in the middle of a fight? To strike the intruder? Not with his painting, it was too important to him. It's time for some chemical magic, John.
All right. Let's see here. Um, we need to get 1 red and 2 green. would be 7, and then no. Do 3 red. This changes positive and negative. If we do see here. 5. And then those combined make 3. And then 4, let's see. Man, I didn't expect to be doing math on a fucking Friday night. So I need to get the red. A red 1 or on. That's oh. Oh. That's 2 and 3. And then The I looked at the Power Picks guide, but it's for a different. I guess it's if you play on different difficulties, they have different puzzles. The guide is no help, so I'm having to like brute force my way through this. All right, so we need to take. No, that wouldn't work. Right, so 4. So let's start. That and that. Have you next to each other. And this is combining like my 2 worst subjects in school, science and math. So we're gonna need to get plus. Oh, okay. That would make this 3. We're gonna be here for the rest of the night. I'm sorry, McGee. Oh. What? What do those do? Oh, it adds 1 to each. Oh, okay. Okay, that changes everything. We'll do this. That. Oh my god. Now I don't want to add. I do. And then put this. You see the solution and it's just driving you crazy. Don't really know how everything. So the operation at the top. So this is to combine together. This is to flip from positive to negative or negative to positive, and this is to add one positive one to every value. And what I need to do is link them so that they equal this. Need like a red and a blue here. Like a regular red 2. And then if I take, I think I'm close. Yeah, I feel I am. I'm gonna take a screenshot just in case I fuck it up. I do. Okay, I think I got it. Where's here? I don't have any other combiners. Okay, so that didn't work, so let's cut that. That. -2 and negative. So I need to add 5 and I need to add 6. There's no like red and blue combo. Wait. There is over here. Um. I was close and then I did something stupid. Deal. Now, actually, yeah, let's reset. If I really want to, I can go back and look at the screenshot. The red and blue is here. Oh. And then I just need to add one. Unless... not what I... trying to do. I need to have... There's none that... Fuck me. If I hit skip, will it auto-solve it for me? I don't want to do that, but I just... I think I'm overthinking it. I think if I can get the red and the green to work out together, and then I can just add that blue. If that makes sense. No. Wait, gamers. Make it 5. Whoever came up with this is a fucking sadist. Um, you there. I do. Two and 4. No. That. Oh, because it adds one, that's what makes it okay. Chad, if you guys have any ideas, I am happy for the backseating. Your boy is D-U-M-B dumb. I do. Wait a minute. Now. Can't add +1 to both first two symbols and then add it with the third symbol. So like if I do the +1 thing, it does it for all of them. Doing the +1 with this one, you mean? Like the first 3 in the list of. If I do. Here, let me just reset everything here. Oh my god, McGee. You're a fucking genius. No, you fucking got it. I was the one who was overthinking it. You were completely right. I was the one who fucking overthinking it. Goddamn math. Math and fucking science. Who needs it? Alright, half an hour later. We did it, chat. McGee with the hard carry there. Still, oh, I forgot we've been investigating the murder. It's like, why were we doing this anyway? No, this wasn't even the first one. I've done several of these. That was just... My brain's just dumb. That's the problem. I've managed to erase the blood by using chemicals. Still life painting of this room. Alright. And I think because I'm playing on pro gamer mode, I'm got a different combination than the version in the Power Picks guide for the missable achievements. All right. Where's... All right, painting, pin evidence.
That doesn't look like the painting we need, Sherry.
As expected, but that doesn't mean it won't tell us anything. Let's put it on the easel where it belongs. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
I have. First of all, the that wasn't there.
If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here. The monster was actually a man. Poor girl. John, you ought to be thrilled. We are now hunting the devil himself.
What were you saying, Sherry? I was too busy sketching the scene, you know, crimes and such like, daily routine. Did you find something?
A photograph. It depicts a man in a red suit with tails sprouting from his back and multiple people in masks watching the scene. It all adds up. But the act of love, it wasn't given willingly, John. It was a violation. And the girl, she was with child.
Oh,
Give
fuck.
that to me now. Did you recognize someone?
No. Although the victim is not from Cordona, she is African. Look at the ritual scars on her face.
Get that image out of your brain. You have to continue the investigation.
I must speak to the landlady. Perhaps she saw or heard something.
Sherry, you cannot tell her the truth about Mercurio. It will hurt her.
John, that's illogical. Sooner or later, she will come here and discover a corpse, and I still need to talk to her.
Just avoid mentioning corpse, all right? Stick to the character, tell her to call the police.
I'll take that into account.
And wait here. I've redrawn the people in the photograph. Now you can proceed with your investigation without those horrific details.
All right. Unpin evidence. All right. All right. I mean, she's gonna know. The body's been there like a day or two. So she's gonna know pretty soon enough. They're in the Mediterranean area.
What's wrong, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Can you tell me if anyone else has recently entered the flat?
Oh, you're talking about that limping man. I'm sorry I let him in. I was scared. And I thought maybe he would motivate you to find money so that you would pay your rent. No offense, dear.
None
Can you
taken.
describe him?
Oh, so you weren't at home. I was so certain you didn't leave your flat that day. He was of average height, had a limp and a tattoo on his neck, and he was smoking Malpal cigarettes. My husband used to smoke those. They have a horrible smell I can recognize from a mile away.
Yes, I have been watching Ms. Marvel. Although I feel it's suffering from the thing that many of the other Marvel and Star Wars shows on Disney Plus suffer from, which is they have to have a long extended chase sequence in like every other episode to pad it out.
Can I ask a favor?
Of course, dearie.
please call the police and ask them to enter the flat. And don't look inside until they come up.
What? What trouble have you stepped in this time?
It really doesn't matter. Thank you, Mum.
But yeah,
Sherry,
I'm all
was
caught up on
close.
that.
But you did everything correctly. Now, take off your outfit. I can't let you walk around in a dead...
Caught up on that. Obi-Wan. I finished Stranger Things earlier. Learning more about the India partition from the show than you ever did in school. Yeah, I had no idea about the partition, which I think is like, it's good that they're including that kind of stuff. Kind of like when Watchmen did the destruction of Black Wall Street, which I had no knowledge about in school. All right. Gotta look and find the pregnant lady here. Let's save just while we're at it, so we don't have to go back and do that math ever again.
man's clothes.
Oh, was it automatically going to do it? I didn't need to change? Oh no. Still need to change out of my... no glasses. No facial hair. No, doing brown skin, which is, that was fucked up. What? Oh, John gets an outfit. Oh, okay. Why does he want to be a fucking ice cream boy? Only learned about Black Wall Street Massacre recently. I think it was from a guest on the Colbert Show. Can't remember if it was a book or a show. The Watchmen miniseries on HBO. That was the opening episode, or the opening sequence of the pilot episode, and I had no idea that it was such a thing. All right.
Not bad.
Under, right. So from here, okay. Murder wasn't the goal. Goal was to get photograph. He was at Mercurio's flat to steal the photograph, but found Mercurio instead and killed him in self-defense. Okay. That's all we have for now for that. Oh, we can do... Mental disease could be hereditary and affect my mind and rationale. Okay. All right. Guess that's all we can do on those. What thing on my map here? All right. So we're gonna have to find the woman, I guess. That mean we have to get dressed up like a normal person, not look a rich white man? Nobody trusts rich white men? So much history from other countries you don't hear about. Right into the Cultural Revolution in China recently. A lot of crazy shit has happened in the last 100 years. That's the thing, man. And like, there's so much that gets left out in school, and now it's like become this major thing. Like, oh, you can't teach about America's racist past because that means America's not good. That's why people are freaking out over the critical race theory. But at the same time, like, you have to teach it so you don't repeat that ugly history.
Nice affordable clothes. Let's pick something.
And it's not like, oh, you're teaching these kids that white people are evil. No, you're teaching them that times have changed and we need to be better than that. Right.
Be careful with what you've taken.
All right. And find the lady. But I mean, the way the civil rights movement's taught in America, like in 4th grade, you learn about Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks, and it's like, oh yeah, they solved racism together. And then in high school, you learn, oh no, that's all these other organizations and groups, and the civil rights movement and the Civil Rights Act, but it's still just kind of briefly touched on. But the problem is that everything's like American centric. And it wasn't until I went to college that I was exposed in other history classes to like other stuff, because we had like a basic world history that covered from like the Middle Ages on up towards nowadays in high school. Well, not nowadays, but like up to World War II basically, and then in the beginning of the Cold War. I'm old, and the textbooks we had were like from the early 90s. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here other than looking for this pregnant lady. Randall Furniture. I don't know where I'm supposed to roam for these people. How many chapters of this game are there supposed to be? So it's just called Chapter One because it's like his origin story. But it's like a prequel to Devil's Daughter and a bunch of the other games, I guess. I don't know if the sequel is going to be called Chapter 2 or what. I haven't played the other Sherlock Holmes games. And I picked this one up because DDA recommended it. Because he knows I like detective shit and puzzles and stuff. I didn't know the puzzles were going to be so math and chemistry related. Okay, so a mosque, maybe... Oh, that's not her. I can't tell if they're children or small women. So it's a standalone game. Yeah, and math. Math is just... Math has been my enemy for 25 years, probably.
Selam.
The entire point here is just run around looking for a pregnant lady. The power picks, guys, like, they can be found in several areas, but it's random luck, which is like, you have a main mission objective based on RNG, that's kinda not good, my dude.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, I've heard talk.
Oh. The refugee... Oh, okay. I didn't have to... I just had to ask somebody, alright. But Scaladio and Silverton. Doge Street. What did the kids say? Under Victoria Bridge. Oh, so right there. Thank you, small child.
Guests of Cordona, the treasures await.
That'd probably help. Did I put the map mark? Yeah.
You collect them all and return for more.
What are you talking about, my dude? Treasure, you say? Everything everywhere is available to buy, but not rent yet. Did you check on Xbox? Because I saw it was listed as one of the rentals for the Microsoft Quest. Yeah, I need to see the Nick Cage movie too. I missed it. I missed a couple things in theaters just because I was dealing with so much crap.
For the guests of Cordona.
There's this movie I watched the other day called The Outfit, which I had heard nothing about, but it was it's about a cutter, like a... He says he's not a tailor, he's a cutter, so he's a guy who makes suits in 1950s Chicago, and it has to do with the mob, and it's really just, it's kind of like a filmed play in a lot of ways, because it's just people talking and figuring out who's double crossing. It's got Mark Rylance and Zoe Deutsch and Dylan O'Brien, who I'd only seen in Maze Runner and American Assassin, but it was pretty good. It's Peacock, which is the Comcast streaming app. Has a bunch of movies that were in theaters like a couple months ago, and then just because it's owned by Universal, they put them on the streaming app. So I've got the Northman to watch on there. I watched Ambulance with Jake Gyllenhaal, which was pretty good. Yeah, the outfit caught me by surprise. Reason I haven't done the Northman is because I just haven't been in the mood for a brutal movie.
Does this poster truly claim that Cordona has a ghost?
Okay. I heard about it because it had decent reviews. It was pretty compelling. I watched it last night. I was up because I slept all day yesterday, and then I was up till about 1 or 2. Lady, can you help?
Is this familiar to you?
I cannot. Sorry.
Okay. It was like, oh, just something.
Another sailor stranded.
Not like big flashy action movie. Something like calm. It was a nice break from all the Italian giallo films I've been watching lately. Oh. Underneath?
Beasts!
Let me guess, she was murdered.
Murderers!
They're completely livid.
First they come to our land, then they murder our people.
Do you know anything about this? The law can't help you with that.
Beasts!
You the lead detective? Who do I talk to here? Oh. Oh, it's the guy from
Sir, this place is off
Dark
limits to the
Anthology,
public.
Dark Pictures
Please
Anthology.
state your business or leave, or I shall request that the police escort you out.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm a private investigator. I'm looking for a witness for a case.
A private investigator? Really? Even so, you're not authorized. I can't let you in.
And you are?
I'm Ronald Harlow, here to handle the refugee situation on behalf of City Hall. I'm the acting supervisor here, so I have full authority here to ask you to leave, or I shall order the police to detain you for trying to pass the blockade. Please, step back.
Pale bags under his eye. Oh, it's me. Work indoors with poor lighting. Slight mustache. He tries to appear older, probably so people take him seriously with that goofy ass hat. Overdressed. Okay. Clean shoes. Homie doesn't wear socks. We're not going to comment on that. Is he psycho? Sweating and stressed. Dazed formalist. Or, makes the most sense.
What about the murder that this crowd keeps shouting about?
It's mere assumption. I assure you that the situation is under the police's control.
I know you want to deal with this in the right way. You are obviously a professional and a responsible person, but you clearly have never handled a situation like this before.
I am handling it, Mr. Holmes. Don't question my capability here.
And tell me how you do it. You can't even calm this gathered crowd, and as for the police, they're not quite managing it either, are they? You consider yourself a problem solver, but until today, you've been solving problems sitting at your desk in a dark corner of a city hall room. Here, you need a more practical approach.
What are you driving at, Mr. Holmes?
It says you're a bitch.
I can help you to handle the situation if you're truly interested in solving things quickly and quietly.
And how exactly would you manage that?
Simply tell the police that I'm with City Hall and I'm permitted to investigate the scene. I'll work out the rest, but in return I need your help finding my witness. She's a young refugee. She's with child or was with child recently.
Look, there is indeed a dead body inside the camp. So even if the girl you are looking for is there, all the refugees are now being detained and interrogated by the police. They won't allow you to speak with her, and I can't do anything about that until the situation settles down.
So it's in our mutual interest to settle it.
Oh. I suppose that things are bad enough that I ought not shy away from help. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell the police to allow you to come inside. Just tell me when you're ready.
Mr. Harlow, how did the refugees end up here exactly?
Oh, so you're not from around here yourself?
I've been away for some time, but I read the papers.
Yes, this whole story has been in the papers for almost a year now. They were smuggled to Cordona on a ship from Africa.
Smuggled? Then why didn't you deport them?
The smugglers managed to sneak them to shore and hide them inside an abandoned warehouse. When the police raided the warehouse and found the refugees there, the ship was already gone. We aren't even certain as to which ship it was. We have busy shipping routes with other colonies these days, you see.
So you decided to lock them?
There was no other...
Alright. Trying to think of your top 5 or 10 movies. Realize you don't have many classics on it. Possibly because you haven't seen many of them. Do I have many old movies on my top list? It's funny you mention that because I've been thinking about that a lot.
I'm ready to take a look at the scene.
All right.
Of like the movies that
find Inspector Tewkesbury.
formed
He's the officer
who I am
investigating
as
the
a
scene.
person, if
Tell
that makes
him
sense.
I sent you. Say you're an independent expert from...
I'll find...
Alright, let's change in the reasonable clothes. Singing in the Rain is probably in my top 10. That's from 1952. And then The Big Sleep is 1946. Would definitely be in my top 10. I mean, classically, you know, what, like based on like older classics. I mean, the original Star Wars is 45 years old now. I would probably put that on there. I mean, I would definitely have that on there in my like top 3. I guess what's your criteria for classic? Yeah, crimes.
So they keep these refugees under a bridge like proverbial trolls. No wonder the people outside are so disturbed.
Who the hell are you?
360s? Okay.
How did you get in here?
Mr. Ronald Harlow let me in, sir. I'm Sherlock Holmes, a surveyor of refugee affairs with City Hall. You're Inspector Tewkesbury, I presume?
A surveyor? What does that even mean?
In short, I've been sent to conduct an extensive report on the incident for the Colonial Office and to assess all the damage inflicted on state property.
Got it. Another paperworm sent to count money and get food for archive mold. Go on, look around, but don't make yourself too at home. As if I didn't have enough problems before you appeared.
Could you first tell me what happened here?
What happened? People from the bridge above the camp heard a woman screaming and saw a mass of refugees attacking a man. clearly not a refugee. When the camp guards came by, the man was floating in the sewage canal with a knife in his chest. Bam. A murder. Big news for Cordona.
There's been a couple murders recently. Something pre-60s. What streaming services do you have access to? I don't know if you have any pre-90s movies that make your list. HBO Max is great because it has a lot of classic films from like 30s, 40s, more than any other streaming service.
Did you learn anything about the dead man?
The fellow looks like a thug. I've had dozens like him fished out of the sea over the past 20 years. Ever since these refugees arrived, there have been people on Cordona with bad blood in them. My best bet is that this thug had something against them too.
And no clue as to his identity?
He had some items on his body, but nothing to indicate who he was or where he was from.
I think I should catalogue his possessions in my records.
Go on. They're on the table near the body.
I'll look on my HBO and see. I'll try to put together a list for you of like definitely must watch pre-1960s films.
And none of the refugees were harmed?
One fellow was cut. He's lying over there near their kitchen. He's in a bad way.
You mentioned a woman screaming who attracted the bypassers on the bridge. Was she harmed?
No, she's all right, but perhaps the whole debacle started because of her. She started wailing and the refugees stood up for the girl.
And where is this young woman now?
Back there in the shacks, same as the rest of the refugees. She's being questioned by my men, but she's just some refugee girl. Can't understand much English.
Actually, once I finish this case and when I'm wrapping up, I'll pull up HBO Max on screen and flip through some stuff.
I've got a whole camp full of suspects. And if you ask me, this bloke had it coming. Better bury him and forget about the whole thing. And now there's a crowd gathered at the camp, and my superiors say we must thoroughly interrogate the refugees. At least those who can understand any English.
Do you believe that your superiors wish to get rid of the refugees?
If I start playing something, the HDMI will shut off, though. There's like a piracy blocker on
now, they're looking how to protect
Elgato
their
now, I
public
guess.
image. That's why I have to waste my time waiting for my people to turn every stone and befriend every refugee.
All right.
Here we go again. Number of hours on Cordona before stumbling upon another dead body? 0.
Clearly a left handprint here. A furrow in the ground.
Seen It's a Wonderful Life. They play that has, I think that's public domain at this point, so that's why they play it every year at Christmas time here in the
A
States.
blood trail leading to or from the canal. Someone bled profusely here. A fresh crack, as if the crate was hit recently.
These events have fractured into so many pieces. But I know you can collect them all, Sherlock.
A man's footprint. A heavy boot with a worn-out sole.
I've got a worn-out sole.
Police boots. Always happy to trample evidence. A simple leather sheath. Perfect for a dirk. Malpal. soaked with salt water. £1,000. A fair sum, especially considering British currency isn't very common in Cordona.
That's a dead body.
Coal dust under the nails. I don't see much coal around here.
Alright, so he was the guy who went into the art gallery.
A steel dirk. Sharp. A common accessory among sailors and soldiers. An interesting tattoo. Does it mean something?
It means he got a weird design there when he was drunk.
I'd say the blade penetrated upward, however the wound is too messy to be certain. Heavy boots, with one sole far more worn than the other. This man was limping John. A violent death.
Wait for your lad, you little fuckers!
This
The
man,
man is coming!
limping. Coal dust. I think we're onto something here, John.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
Welcome, Raiders. Luke, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. If this is your first time here, my name is Unequalized, aka Joe. I play a little bit of everything. Right now we're playing Sherlock Holmes Chapter One. We're investigating murders, as well as trying to figure out the mystery behind Sherlock Holmes' mom's death. Peachy Ken, thank you for the follow. Brits, welcome. Big Raisins, welcome. You were playing Fall Guys. How did Fall Guys go, Luke?
The name's Bond. James Bond.
Big Raisins, thank you for the follow. How's Did you get wins? Do you have somebody on your team try to sabotage you? I know that's been the problem with when Shiz has been playing. Lightspeed keeps like throwing it off on people there. Finished Bloodborne much earlier than you thought, so you played Fall Guys with chat. Nice. I know you remember catching part of your Fall Guys the other day. Or not Fall Guys, Bloodborne. Sorry, my brain it's got a condition called dumb. Luke is the one that sabotages. I'm terrible at platforming, like 3D platforming. McGee can explain, can be our witness. So that is why I have not tried Fall Guys, because I would just let my team down and embarrass myself.
The cut is deep, potentially serious if not treated immediately. He is in shock, feverish and dehydrated.
Sherry, you know first aid. Surely you have a duty to help this man. You can't leave him to certain death.
Alright. So the case that we're working on now has to do with... It started with a painting that was vandalized, which was actually to cover up the theft of another painting. And that found that the painter was murdered, and then there's some weird like sex cult thing, and so we're trying to find one of the witnesses. Have to go shower and grab some food. You'll be looking. Appreciate it, man. I know afterwards you feel like you gotta eat and shower, do whatever you need to do post stream. I appreciate the raid. Alright, so how am I supposed to help this guy? Unfriendly. Dude's been stabbed. How can you say he's unfriendly?
The refugees have been detained and will not leave until all the circumstances are clarified.
Okay, well, can we get this man medical attention?
I'm busy. Don't you have papers to fill?
My God.
City Hall lubberheads.
People are terrible.
Someone was dragged against their will.
I'm gonna guess this is blood.
The blood sprayed off the blade after the strike. It might have been used as an improvised weapon. No hint of blood or impact.
Okay.
Oh, carnelian agate beads, a traditional African adornment. You know what? I'd like to understand.
What?
How did our dead man end up inside the camp in the first place?
Oh, and also in this, if you're a fan of Sherlock Holmes, John Watson is a figment of his imagination. So, like, he's hallucinating all his conversations with Watson. I'm getting vibrations on the controller. Alright, wounded refugee. Something clean the wound, something disinfect it, something used as a bandage. They're all murder things. In bed, thanks for streaming. McGee, thanks for hanging out. I'll put together a list for you of classic films that are on the at least American HBO. Hopefully, Canadian HBO help you as well.
I'll use it to create a solution.
Okay. Should be 0 to 1 on the Canadian. Yeah, considering how many things on Amazon Prime aren't available in Canada. Oop.
That will kill, not save him.
Okay. So obviously not getting those.
It won't do any good.
Presumably clean.
Better than nothing to bandage the wound.
Alright, so we still need something to disinfect it. I'm going to assume alcohol somewhere. Excuse me, officer, do you drink on the job? No? Alright, we're gonna be looking for blue stuff that stands out. Oh.
I can use this to stop the infection from spreading.
Call me the freight chat, because I know how to save a
Now
life.
to prepare the first aid solution.
It remains only to grind the... How do I grind the leaves? Alcoholic, but he's friendly. All right. I don't know how I'm supposed to grind the aloe.
May I ask for your assistance?
Okay.
Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
These events have fractured into so many pieces. But I know you can collect them all, Sherlock.
Alright, we've already done all the stuff there. I don't know where I'm supposed to grind.
If they find out about the passage, everything will go to hell.
Alright, eavesdropping time, chat. Oh. Alright, we fucked that up.
If they find out about the passage, everything will go to hell.
Police officers are worried that the situation with the body at the camp is in strict lockdown. They'll lose money flow they were earning from their scheme.
Nobody will know anything if you keep your bloody mouth shut.
The coppers smell fishy here, Sherry. Perhaps we should sniff around in the camp a little more. Sherry, just look at this. Living quarters in a sewer. What kind of a genius bureaucrat came up with this idea?
Are you telling me that British government treated refugees terribly in the 1800s? I'm shocked, I tell you, just positively shocked. It remains only to... Oh. Chemical analysis. So, there's a math mini game in this that I spent half an hour on already tonight, and I was overthinking it. So let's see how badly this goes with this one. Let's do my two least favorite subjects in school were math and science, or math and chemistry, and this is combining them. So it's my actual nightmare. It looks a lot more convoluted than it actually is, thankfully. So now that I know not to overthink things, it should be going a lot better. All right. And we can save the man's life.
Thank you.
There we go.
This should make you feel better, my friend. Now remain lying down and drink as much water as you can.
Well done, Sherry. At least he won't die from the infection.
Okay. Can I talk to him?
Well done, Sherry. At least he won't die from the infection.
All right. So we did that. How did the intruder get into the camp is what we need to figure out. Unlikely to do a boat.
It's unlikely anyone could get in or out of the camp by water without alerting the police guards. No, it's too short for these walls or cliffs.
All right. Wrong gate, unopened for a long time.
Sealed shut. I doubt our man could get through these grates.
The guy also went through a hole chute to steal a painting. Let's see here. All right, Malpals have come up in the...
A single Malpal butt.
Come up before in the investigation.
Roadman cigarettes. A brand highly regarded by law enforcement officers. So there wasn't any sophisticated infiltration plan. The good old police just let the man into the camp. Now we have everything we need to get the full picture of what happened at the camp.
All right. Okay, so we need to reconstruct events now. If you're familiar with the Benedict Cumberbatch show, there's like two versions of the Mind Palace. There's this, where you're reconstructing things. And then there's your notebook, where you put the clues together to combine them. Alright, so she's being dragged against her will. Okay, that's the dude that we just saved his life. Trying to defend her. He's falling. Okay, yeah, because that's where the crates were. Look at that Sparta kick right there. It's not because he pushed? Or oh, he loses traction because he walks with a limp and he didn't have traction on that one sole of his shoe.
So, we have a thug who came to take a refugee woman with him. She resisted, but he dragged her by force. One of the refugees stood in his way, armed with a stick, yet he could do nothing against a cutthroat with a blade. The man didn't anticipate that the other refugees would intervene and stand against him. In the confusion, the woman managed to break free. The thug took fright and fled. He was stopped by the falling crates. He stumbled and fell, piercing his chest with his own blade. However, the wound didn't cause instant death. He managed to stand, but still bleeding, he lost his balance on the bridge and fell. Before all of this, the man had freely entered the camp through the main entrance. The police admitted him after they had a short smoke together.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. In our man's case, it's the same sword.
Alright. Well, we know how he got into the camp. Need to figure out what's going on now.
Back off.
Alright. Where are the other refugees that I can talk to then?
Murder! Beasts!
Oop. Alright, so we're going to tell them it's a failed
Mr.
kidnapping.
Harlow, your refugees didn't murder anyone.
What? Pray tell me what you've learned.
All right, listen carefully. This might solve one problem for you, but will create a few more.
Oh, well, that's a great start.
The man came to the camp intending to kidnap one of your refugees, a woman. What he didn't expect was that the refugees would stand up to protect the woman. A brawl had broken out. In the chaos of it, the man stumbled over those crates and fell on his own blade.
How do you know he fell on his own blade?
The wound in his chest was inflicted from an unusual angle. It was not an offensive stab, shall we say. The refugees didn't touch him. And judging by the blood at the scene, the intruder managed to raise himself but was unable to walk very far. He ultimately fell into the canal.
But how did he sneak into the camp? Why didn't the police see him?
And this is where your new problems emerge, Mr. Harlow.
What do you mean?
You're not a dull-witted man. You know what I mean. There is no feasible way to get into the camp without the police guards knowing of it.
The pile of mess I had to sort out has just become bigger, but somehow that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, I thank you for your help, Mr. Holmes. I'll take it from here.
All right, see
Meanwhile,
somebody about being
I'll
so
make sure the
jaundiced, my
police aren't
guy.
detaining the refugees any
You don't
longer.
look well.
You can go back in and look for your witness.
You think one small clerk can make any difference in this place?
Alright,
Who knows, John? Just one ill-fitting cog could make the whole machine crumble. May I ask you something?
They often take us from the camp to work. Most don't mind, though. It's the only way to get a glimpse of freedom.
Alright, so they take people for work. And people are... Oh, okay. So they thought that the guy who was coming to kidnap her was trying to take her for work purposes.
Was that depravity in the photograph one of the workplaces the refugees are taken to?
Yeah.
And all the while the police
It was a
look
weird
the other
sex
way.
cult
Ugh,
thing with
typical.
masks.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Sorry. We don't see much here.
Help me, please.
Sorry, we don't see much here.
Everyone's looking at us, Sherry. You sure you know what you're doing?
I mean... Okay, Mind Palace. That wasn't a goal. Alright. So he was working for somebody else. Alright, let's see if people know the pregnant girl.
You're the one who tended to our man's wounds. I thank you greatly. The police didn't allow us to help him.
The police will leave you alone now. I've proven to them that the man who came into the camp died due to his own foolishness.
Thank you for standing up for us. But nobody would help us without a reason. You're here because you want something.
Yes, I do. I need to speak with the girl drawn here.
The dead man came for her too. He wanted to take the girl away, but we won't allow her to be hurt again. What do you want from Nayla?
Nayla. She was hurt some time ago. I'm here to find the people who did this and bring them to justice. And to find them, I need Nayla's help. Will you let me speak to her?
Justice. There's no justice on this land. But you helped us, so maybe your words are not empty. You can speak to Nayla, if she wants it. But I will be watching you.
I wonder if he didn't heal the refugee, if he wouldn't be able
Hello,
to
Nayla?
solve the case.
My name is Sherlock. I know someone hurt you. I am here to help. I'm trying to find the people involved and bring them to justice. Please. There is a photograph, and I'm sorry, it is terrible, but I simply must ask. Where did this happen? What can you tell me about these people? Christ, Sherlock. Nayla, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this.
You come here for me, but you are rude and cruel and condescending. A cross. The man had this cross. Now go away. Leave us be. I do not need another white man's help.
Don't blame me, lady.
Oh, glad that wasn't me.
Not my best work, John, by a long shot. Nayla doesn't want us meddling. I'm starting to wonder what this all achieves.
But she helped you anyway. Now we know that maniac's face and the cross he wore, we can still catch him.
Alright. Badges such as these are usually awarded to high-ranking officials, so the filer from the photograph might be one. Sketch of the abuse. Okay. So, that kind of cross. Not a Christian cross.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
You still here? Your problem, not mine.
All right.
The intruder has a most peculiar tattoo on his neck, 2 lines and a point. Do you know anything about it?
You really want to know, kid? Why? You want to play a policeman or something?
I'm sure you have it in your records, so it won't hurt if I have it in mine.
In my records, it's just a tattoo, as it should be in yours. Ah, to hell with you. Suit yourself as to what you're going to do with it. Off the record, though, such tattoos are often connected to a man named Mr. Niccolo Bernadotti.
Bernadotti, you say?
A respectable businessman in Scaladio. His company imports goods and wines, and smuggles everything that can be smuggled between the colonies and the mainland. His people can be identified by an obscure tattoo, just like the one over there our friend has. But these are all merely rumors, you see. If Mr. Bernadotti was a criminal, he'd be in prison now. Or hanged, right?
The guards at the sewers were speaking about taking refugees out of the camp. Do you know anything about this, Inspector?
Less than you do, obviously.
And this doesn't bother you as an officer of the law?
I can neither punish them nor put them on the right track, if that's what you're asking. Maybe your friends at City Hall could do something about it, but I seriously doubt that. To be honest, I'm sick and tired of being frowned on for my uniform. If those fine gentlemen you've eavesdropped on are in some shady business, that's on their heads.
So there's a smuggling ring in the camp.
Okay.
This wasn't the first time that someone freely entered the camp to take a refugee out.
At least it was certainly his last time. My gut tells me that we'll learn more about this ring when we find out where the thug came from.
All right, so we need to look up the Bernadotti dude. Which means we'll probably have to get City Hall. Oh, never mind. We have to leave this area because even though we're outside, we're not in the allow us to fast travel now. Okay, yeah. For whatever you can't fast travel if you're inside, but I was outside there, so I don't know why that was an issue. Right. City Hall. Investigate the archives here. Were they this side of the room or nope? Yeah, so if you're wondering why Watson is teleporting everywhere, it's because a figment of the imagination. Citizens. Or no, not citizen. He's an official. Period. Niccolo Bernadotti. Scaladio Bazaar Road. Bazaar and Roman Road. Okay. An airship called Led Zeppelin. I hope there's no music that would get me DMCA'd.
What a lovely man this Bernadotti is, eh, Sherry? Can't wait until we get to meet him.
Um. Remove that. It's Scaladio, Bazaar, and Bazaar Road and Roman Road. Alright, so right there-ish. He does business with the British. It would probably be a good idea. Good idea to talk to the envoy.
If you're here on matters of signing up for military service, come back tomorrow. Our department needs to straighten out some business.
Like the sex cult that you're in? Order of the bath. Wine or blood? I would say party goer.
Why are you staring at me like I'm a Madame Tussauds figure? Didn't you hear what I just said?
On my way here, I was wondering whether you might regret what you did. I tried my best to retain at least a shred of faith in humanity. I had hoped that you would hear her scream, see her face in your dreams, or at least once asked yourself how Naylor might feel.
Who?
Neither of my hopes were fulfilled.
Why are you here?
Alright, so there's an admissible achievement here, so we can punch him in the face.
You defiled a girl who was with child. Don't even pretend that you regret what took place. Do you wonder why I came here? It is because I am disgusted with people like you, and the only way in my mind to rid the world of your ilk is to see you hanging from the gallows.
All right, all right. Is it about money, as you said in the letter? I have it, all right? There's no need for violence.
I've never written a single word to you. As you can see, I have a more direct approach.
That letter, it wasn't from you. So what do you want?
Answers, to start with.
Fine. I suppose now we have a nice long talk. Do you drink, Mr.
Sherlock Holmes. And I do not.
Shame. All the best discussions are accompanied by a glass of whiskey. But out of respect for you, I won't drink either.
Respect? That's an unusual word in your mouth, Mr.
Where are my manners? My name is Thomas Norton, a British envoy in Cordona on a military mission. So, where do we start?
Boniface Mercurio. Does the name mean anything to you?
He's the
He's an artist,
murdered
right?
painter.
The one responsible for the painting that compromises you. I found him dead in his room.
Oh, that is bad. Wait, you don't think that I have anything to do with this?
You had motive to kill him.
Maybe I did, but listen. I know how this looks, but murder? That's on another level. I had thoughts that this Mercutio...
Mercurio?
Well, him, yes. I thought he could have been the blackmailer. But I was too afraid to make any hasty decisions. There were plenty of ways to fail by making a move, so I chose to wait. To see what he would do next. You have to believe me.
I don't believe people, I believe evidence.
Then look at the evidence.
The painting that depicted you in the image of the devil was stolen by a mercenary. Did you have anything to do with it?
I might be a rotten person, sir, but hiring criminals for illicit purposes is not in my daily schedule.
And buying the painting in an attempt to hide the crime, is that on your daily schedule?
What would you do in my situation?
I would never put myself in such a situation.
You're young. I could never have imagined myself in my current position, yet here I am in front of you. We all make mistakes, Mr. Holmes, and I'm no exception.
You mentioned blackmail. Tell me about it.
All right. A couple of days ago, I received an anonymous letter. It said that in the art gallery at Caravansary there exists a painting that incriminates me. The blackmailer made it clear that if there is a painting, then a photograph exists too, and I should be wary of what it might do to my reputation.
What does the blackmailer want from you?
Money, of course. What else do such people want? Needless to say, I don't remember anyone taking photographs at the party. Up until the last moment, I hoped he was bluffing. But he wasn't, as you've just proven to me.
Show me the letter.
I burnt it as soon as I read it. I've left enough evidence. There's no need for any more.
So, let's return to the beginning. What happened at the party?
I vaguely remember that night. As usual at such parties, you meet people, you talk with them, they invite you to spend some time alone with them. What can I say? I got myself mixed up with the wrong company, and somebody must have mixed some psychoactive substance in my drink. After that, it's all blurry.
I believe you, sir.
I completely lost my sanity. I made a terrible mistake which I regret deeply.
You don't say. Do refugee girls often appear on the menu at those types of parties?
It's rather rare.
So you didn't attend the party to engage in an exotic experience involving a vulnerable woman unable to accuse you of assault?
I would never have planned such a terrible thing. What happened was just bad circumstance. Mr. Holmes, I've built my entire career on hard work and uncompromising dedication to the Crown. I made a mistake, but I'm not a villain from some cheap adventure fiction. By putting me behind bars, you will benefit precisely no one.
Rotting in prison is the least you deserve, but I have a better idea. You will make amends and help the ones you hurt.
I mean, helping the refugees helps her, right?
Use your connections to help patriate the refugees, find them decent homes, give them jobs. There must be a meaning to your position and my decision.
Yes, all right, I can do that. So, will you give me the photograph now?
That's not all. Naylor deserves the very utmost of what you can do.
Help the girl? I can't risk the press paying extra attention to her. I will do anything except that.
I need to think this all through. Don't do anything foolish in the meantime.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Such is the arrogance of British imperialism. I take your point.
All right. Let's go outside and work out our mind palace. All right, so as long as we hold on to it, he's screwed. I mean, all right, I don't want to make that decision yet. Still have some other stuff we can investigate. All right, so we need to go. Before we go here, we should probably figure out the who the mercenary was, right? In search by distinguishing marks or something.
He's even...
All right. Smuggling. Suspect and in Scaladio. Galadio? No? Or do we need... Oh. Need to pin that first, probably. Oh, it's literally the same stuff as Bernadati. All right. Place on map. It was oh, Bazaar and Roman Road. You go outside for the fast travel, because why would you be able to fast travel inside a building? All right. All right. All right, so there's a missable achievement. We need to make sure that we have our outfit on. Save just in case. Never have too many saves. I mean, you probably can, but... don't want to screw myself out of something, you know? Dar Road near the crossing with Roman Road. Oh, Bernadati, there we go.
It seems they're not expecting guests.
I won't wait for an invitation, John.
No. Alright. Somebody's just a litter bug. Thought it was a clue.
These workers don't look like your average Cordona folk.
They're refugees from the camp.
That's our way in, Sherry.
Hey, yo. This is private property. You lost something.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm investigating a robbery, and Mr. Bernadotte may be just the man to help me with...
You a copper?
I have nothing to do with the police.
Mr. Bernadotte isn't seeing anyone. You have 3 seconds to walk away, or you'll never walk again. Capito?
It's in Mr. Bernadotte's best interest to...
1.
I did try to resolve this peacefully.
All right. Combat time.
I'm coming for you. I'll put you 6 feet under. I'm coming.
If you're gonna come on me, I give up. I don't want people coming on me.
Don't bother moving.
The snuff's ready.
I couldn't miss the party.
Don't bother
I
moving.
could outright
Give
kill
him a
them,
pepper
but
snuff.
I've been trying to do all takedowns if possible. Pocket sand.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Couldn't miss the party.
Oh, fuck.
No more.
The snuff's ready.
I am invincible.
Oh, I couldn't do it because he's got the
I'm
fucking
coming
armored
for you.
glasses on.
I thought we were against
Oh.
murder.
Oh well.
You can overcome the brute now.
Are you a double arrest?
Don't bother moving. You...
Give him the pepper snuff.
No more.
The snuff's ready.
Alright, only one murder. That's not bad. You get more money for, oh, is John saying that I killed somebody? Right. This
Sherry, look.
There we go.
This seems familiar.
Oh, painting.
Let's see what's hidden there.
Ugh. Why are people terrible?
Vogel's stolen painting. Isn't it curious how it developed into a much more interesting case?
Mind Palace. Wait, why did it tell me Mind Palace if... Alright, can we... No. What's up, my dude?
No, sir. Don't hurt me.
It's all right. I won't harm you.
Like you didn't harm the folks on the way here?
It was one fucking person that I killed.
VH Grindley Flow Blue Tableware. Masks, traditional for the Chokwe people of Central Africa. A Dogon statue from West Africa. A century old at least. This is what lies behind the facade of Bernadotte Company Limited. An amazing piece of culture. I imagine many collectors and museums would be interested in having it.
Unpin that. No, that's where you just had our fight.
Don't come any closer. One step and I'll shred you to pieces.
I will break you.
Have you ever tried to pick up your teeth with broken fingers?
Righto. Yes. Yep. Well, excuse me, sir. I think I hear... I've got to... It's better I leave.
Whoa. Oh, wow. That was as if somebody put my words in your mouth.
Okay. Where was the Led Zeppelin? Okay, I don't know why that wouldn't do that. Sources.
This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
Oh. Logistics. Alright, that's the only way.
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor. (1875). It's taken a few years back. John, how many people in Cordona have a photograph with the governor, do you think?
You definitely don't have one.
Please don't shoot me. I have a family.
Hey, I'm not gonna shoot you. All right.
Spare me.
So, you've cut through all the guards just to talk to me.
Oh, it's
Come in,
Bernadotti.
and we shall talk.
All right. Let's see what we can fill out before we talk to him here. All right.
Whenever you're ready. I'd hate to intrude.
All right. So he works. He carries a gun. I would say he's a ruthless crime lord.
Bad news. The thug you sent to the refugee camp only succeeded in stabbing himself. His next and final journey will be to the morgue.
Hold your horses. Who the hell are you?
Sherlock Holmes. And you are Niccolo Bernadotti, a smuggler, kidnapper, and notorious cutthroat, among other things.
Few men would dare waltz into my office and address me like that. You are either overconfident or unintelligent. This is private property. Give me one reason why I should not shoot you on the spot. I am sure my friends at the station would call it self-defense.
As I said, your man was found dead in the refugee camp. He was there to kidnap a woman, but the other refugees intervened to try and save her. The ensuing scuffle resulted in the man's accidental suicide. He sported the same tattoo as your men in this building. In fact, it also bears a resemblance to the one on your neck. Care to explain what business your man had with this woman?
You have no idea what you are talking about. I can assure you this was no kidnapping. The refugees in the camp are on edge. What happened there is a tragic accident, one I am not responsible for.
For what reason was your man there if not to abduct her?
Why would I answer? You are yet to justify your presence in the slightest.
Mr. Bernadotti, do you know the name Boniface Mercurio?
I do not.
Mercurio was a local artist. Recently, a man broke into his apartment, ransacked the place, and killed him. The thief was looking for something.
You are testing my patience, boy.
In a moment, the connection will reveal itself. I was hired, privately, to investigate the recent theft of a painting from an art gallery. My investigation led me to a man from your organization, and thus, to you, Mr. Bernadotti.
That is quite a stretch. Why would I need to steal a painting when I could buy anyone I wanted?
Interestingly enough, I spotted the stolen painting in your storeroom.
I buy and sell a lot of things, Mr. Holmes. Unfortunately, if this is true, it is not the first time I have been sold stolen merchandise. I presume you were hired by the owner of the gallery. Tell them to contact me, and we'll sort out the situation. So, this painting is why you broke into my office. So many words, so little action. When you barged into my office, Mr. Holmes, I got the impression you wanted to talk business. Now I see you had come just to talk. Tell me exactly what you want, or get out.
It was necessary groundwork for what comes next. I have enough evidence to conclude that the gallery thief, the artist's killer, and the dead man in the camp are all the same person.
Your time is almost up, Mr. Holmes.
Before you draw your gun, there is one final detail I am yet to mention. The young woman your man was tasked to collect from the refugee camp had been defiled at a perverse masquerade party. That violation was captured in a photograph by Boniface Mercurio and used as a reference for his painting. The photo shows the attacker's face.
Finally. That's why you're here, Mr. Holmes. You have the photograph.
It is what your man was after when he broke into Mercurio's apartment, and it is what you're after too, isn't it, Mr. Bernadotte?
You have the photograph with you. How much do you want for it?
I am not naive enough to carry it with me, but I am yet to decide what I shall do with it. I know the man in the photo is a British envoy. What interest do you have in his downfall?
I must admit, I'm rather impressed by how comprehensively you have pursued this matter. And so, you deserve the honest answer. My business dealings are often arduous in their bureaucracy. A man in his position, willing to look the other way, could ease my work significantly. In return, I will make sure no one looks his way either. A favor for a favor.
Also known as blackmail, the modus operandi of any true professional.
It was not originally my idea. Mercurio set things in motion, extorting the envoy for the most trivial of ends. Money. In response, the envoy hired my man to retrieve the painting and the photograph, eliminating Mercurio's leverage. I only learned the whole story after the artist was killed in his home.
And rather than extricate yourself, instead you took over Mercurio's venture.
It fell into my lap. As a businessman, I simply seized the opportunity. Now, how much do you want for the image?
All right, so there is a missable achievement that I've set up already, but this next part comes with a difficult choice. All right, so it's going to come down to who do I give the photo to. Now, for the achievement that's missable, I have to give it to the envoy. But I could also give it to Bernadotte, and I can give it to Vogel, the guy who hired me. It doesn't give me the option to give the photograph to, say, the newspaper or the police, which is what I would personally choose. Obviously, to, prove who committed all, uncover this crime.
Why did you send your man to remove the woman from the camp?
Without a photograph, her testimony was the next best thing. Securing her was in everyone's interest. Victims and witnesses all too often disappear. I thought the girl was safer with us. I did not anticipate what would happen at the camp.
I saw refugees from the camp at your warehouse. They work for you.
I have made certain arrangements with City Hall and the police. Thanks to me, refugees can work and be paid. It's a pathway to freedom.
And how much do you save by capitalizing on their cheap labor?
I have heard no complaints. They seem happy just to get out of that slum.
I could not help but appreciate the collection of smuggled artifacts in your storeroom. You have rather diversified your business.
Oh, high and mighty.
Diversify your bonds, man.
Not all smuggling is immoral. I pay generous rates to developing cultures and spread their culture to eager buyers. And furthermore, I supply many immigrants with a taste of home.
A very convenient way of thinking.
I have traveled wildly, Mr. Holmes. I've seen people in far-flung lands for whom my services are a lifeline. Without them, they would starve. The tax on cargo is often so absurd that it would be more profitable to simply sink your ship than dock it in the harbor. And trust me, I am speaking from experience.
Why should I give you the photograph?
Just name your price.
What if my price were not money? You claim to have connections, Mr. Bernadotte. Perhaps you could improve conditions for the refugees. Give them a chance for a better life.
Ha! I do have connections, Mr. Holmes, but help the whole camp? You are asking too much. I could, however, make arrangements for one person. The woman who was violated will have her own home outside the camp, solely for her and her child. She will no longer be a refugee, but a princess. That I can guarantee.
Is that really possible?
It will be neither fast nor easy, but I can do it. She deserves it, don't you agree? And as for her abuser, he will serve me, as much as he deserves.
So, in your plan, everybody will be given their due. Especially you, Mr. Bernadotte.
Seems like a fair deal, no? I doubt anyone could offer you better. Simply give me the photograph, and the world becomes a better place. I give you my word.
Yeah.
The front door's now open, sir. You can leave through it. If you want, of course.
All right. All right. So if I give him the photograph in exchange for the refugees' legalization, I've helped all the refugees. And Vogel would make. Oh, okay. So Vogel would make it public. Okay. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'll turn it into the envoy for the achievement, and reload my save. And I don't know. It's tough because as much as I want to expose the malfeasance and the awfulness, the envoy is the person who would be able to help the refugee. It's a really fucked up situation. Since I work with refugees, I want to do what I can for refugees here. All right. The evidence, but not all evidence. Symbol for all evidence. Oh, the green. Okay. What evidence am I missing? Alright, so I already got all that.
This marble fella, it's like he was made after my image. You see it?
If I do the Mind Palace, is that... Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what the clue was there. I don't know why it's flashing the Mind Palace, because I've already done the Mind Palace. Does that mean I can talk to him? I'm confused, man. Then again, it's also 11:14 on a Friday night. My brain, don't be doing the smarts. The evidence there, there, and there. We run around the back, investigate.
Shipped from Cape Town. The wine route from colony to colonies.
Can I talk to you, my guy?
May I ask for your assistance?
Sorry, we don't see much here.
An essential remedy against sea scourge on any ship. Porcelain friend for every child.
Those are fucking terrifying. Hello?
Come on, Sherry. It's time to act.
I get it, but... I'm missing a piece of evidence, and it's gonna drive me crazy if I don't find it. Led Zeppelin was where? So if I do that, okay, that updates the evidence there. Alright, I'm gonna talk to Vogel, I guess, and just have to live with not having all the evidence found. I don't know where the hell it would be. Elementary school? How's it going, DDA? Are we still down for Operation Tango tomorrow. Same time as last weekend. I'm going to my grandpa's to watch a movie with him in the afternoon. I'll be home by probably around 7 your time. It'll give me some time to eat dinner and get ready for the stram. And it looks like a bunch of the achievements in Operation Tango are 20, so that'll help us with the TA challenge. I'm already dreading a race with Ryan. All right. Got to start 5 freaking games. I've got a lot of easy completions that I've held off on. I don't mind starting them. All right. I have to grab some Zidilons or rats. I know somebody who would might be able to give you a suggestion of which ones are worth the time. Ask the master. There's no achievement for getting all pieces of key evidence or all evidence collected, right? So if I just have the key evidence collected and I'm not missing, I'm fine. Just so you know. I'm fine if I don't get completely all the evidence. I don't know why the furniture trader is. Oh, that's for that one other case. Just need the key evidence. I don't think so. Those are for to, I guess, redecorate Sherlock's family mansion. I don't know what the 2 pieces of evidence that were updated are. Yeah, I've got the Power Picks guide for the missables, but I didn't know if there's something for the all evidence. All right, let's go and where's the envoy? City Hall. In worst case scenario, I have a bunch of saves backed up.
Guests of Cordona, the treasures await you. Collect them all and return for more.
Okay, so I should be fine then. Just gonna look over. I've only killed one person so far. It's because I shot him in the wrong spot with the. I was trying to disarm his face mask. I know there's not a problem with that. Alright. Let's go ahead and make this deal with the shitlord here.
Have you thought it all through?
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the
Very
right
fancy
strings.
office with glitching
In fact, it's the only thing I
wall
know.
designs.
The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
Ugh, I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, savior and protector of those in need. It's a win situation for me, too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Naylor.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
All right. Oh, I'm at the art gallery.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
After playing the other Sherlock games, scale this one was a bit disorienting at first. I remember playing, I think it was, I started Crime and Punishments, but the problem with it was that it, like, one of the QTEs, like, wouldn't connect. So I just got stuck and I got, like, locked out of the game. You could always start Halo. Yeah, you could always start Halo Infinite. If you started, would you go for the completion?
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was dead.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio, perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
He's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. One presumes you were not responsible.
It was an accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
I found the painting, but I could not retrieve it.
Well then, where is it?
In Bernadotti's office.
Bernadotti? That shady businessman? Why would he steal it from me?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him yourself.
I take it you found something more then. What happened to your crusade of truth? Was it not that important after all?
No truth will satisfy you, Mr. Vogel.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes. If you've chosen not to tell me, I respect your intention. But it is just rather boring, isn't it?
It is what it is.
Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the liberty of having it delivered to Stonewood Manor. I am told it belonged to your mother.
And what exactly have you sent me?
Frankly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I trust you'll know.
Previously, you mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear, I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained, specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot imagine what you're feeling.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
Alright, so let's go and find out what that is. Then wrap up for the night. What are you playing? What have you been working on aside from Destiny, DDA? Nothing. What's in the box? What's in the box? Okay. That's a fucked up thing to send to somebody. That mermaid?
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
Did you just remember something?
Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts. I think I can find it in the manor.
Sherlock. So, you continue to pursue the imaginary. I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything. I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental, because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
Aww. All right.
So, are you ready to take on the
Yes,
task?
let's pick up your quest and then we'll wrap up. Doing the warboats, but you have to play Dying Light and Pass Cure, I've heard.
You have my attention, Mr. Estevo.
Fucking
Mark
Garbo.
Ridley, the son of General Arthur Ridley, is being blackmailed. Suffice to say, the compromising material is of a delicate nature. The matter is of no small importance to the Crown, especially given the status quo on Cordona.
What does Mycroft want me to do? Retrieve the blackmail material?
No, sir, nothing of the sort. Mark Ridley is meeting the blackmailer atop the old city bridge tower. You shall observe from a distance, then establish the blackmailer's identity. Do not attempt to arrest him. We'll handle it from there.
Saving the best for yourself? Fine.
There is a cafe just over the bridge that provides a good vantage point. Please report to me when you are done. I'll be waiting for you here, and remember, discretion is of the essence.
Alright, so let's go ahead and make a save. We finished Muse from Abroad. And so I would just have to do all the other side cases and stuff and then continue with the main story. I believe is what it tells me. All right. So we'll wrap there for tonight. Thank you, you two, for watching. I will catch you in part 4.